Hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently May 30th. Morning guys, good morning. Alright, so jumping into the markets here, we have a couple headlines that we need to discuss. Obviously the first one, coal stock plummets 20% after massive earnings miss, so putting some pressure on the retail side at the moment. So that's certainly going to be interesting to see how things shape up. You've also got Foot Locker surging about 13%. CRM Salesforce plunging 16% on their earnings miss. So across the board, you have a lot of weakness on the tape. Seeing any of these other headlines. So it's really your Salesforce, Kohl's. Let's just see what Bloomberg is spitting out for the day. NVDA stock surges as Salesforce forecast delivers on AI hopes. That must have been yesterday's headline. Let's just refresh that. Brookfield confirms and talks to buy France's Dion at 6.6 billion. Some China headlines. Boeing set to provide action plan to address FAA safety. Okay, it's not too much there. Again, the GDP came in lighter than expected. Initial job loss claims kind of came in line with expectations. Therefore, it dropped the dollar and dropped yield. So right now you're obviously seeing small caps ripping in the pre-market. The IWM is green. You do have QQQ and S&P under pressure this morning. They're slightly negative in the pre-market. So although you are seeing a lot of potential weakness from the mega cap tech land, small caps are definitely providing a little bit of a boost here in the morning. So if we flip to some of these charts here, let's just start dissecting things and going through a few things here. Again, so the SPY currently trading under yesterday's prior day low. That's kind of the bullish level that you want to recapture. You can see the SOXS here still really at the highs of this inverse head and shoulders neckline, looking to potentially break out here. So right now it's just a small cap land. So I'm actually looking through my high short interest names. I just took some profits on KOLD. Nat gas is going lower. So again, members, I did take a bit of profits on KOLD. Nat gas did take another dump there, and it made a new low around that 260 area. So nat gas continuing to be under pressure today. You also have not only nat gas under pressure, you have the oil under pressure, you have yields down, you have the dollar down. So all the headwinds right now are in favor for the market continuing higher at this point in time. But nat gas under a lot of pressure here, trying to put in a bit of a reversal off this zone. I do think that nat gas can actually retest the high today, so I am looking at it a bit for a day trade long, but I'm more interested in potentially finding some small caps that could potentially squeeze on the back of the Russell strength. We'll remove some of the big movers like Kohl's, CRM, Foot Locker once I'm back in about 1 minute here, guys. Alright, sorry guys, I'm back in the swing of things here. Just have to plug in some extra juice and batteries. Alright, so we are seeing the NASDAQ continuously selling here. The Russell's trading at 203.56. Technically, if the Russell pushes up into its prior day low, it does become a bit of a short setup. So I mean, I'm looking at the Russell, and right now, if it pushes into this 203.95, 203.97, your prior day low pivot, that's technically a short, but it would have to push up there within the next, once the market opens, it would have to probably push up into that level within the first, I would say, half hour, maybe an hour, depending on what type of consolidation we get. But if we get a straight shot push into this prior day low, your EMA 113 on the 10-minute, let's see if there's any sort of Fibonacci levels that kind of coincide with that level to make it a little bit stronger resistance. So you can see there's a fib level just a pierce before that at the 382. So yeah, I still like that. If the Russell pushes into this 203.97, I will look for a bit of a short setup myself. In terms of the S&P, obviously it is pulling back here a little bit, still slightly negative in the pre-market. But if we just look at this market structure, the S&P is looking like it wants to potentially see some accumulation, and we could see a bit of a bullish reversal. You've had a gap down yesterday, bearish consolidation, another gap down today. I am expecting that this gap down could be potentially bought today. Could be bought. Let's go through CRM, Coles, see if there's any day tradable levels on those names. Again, anyone else looking at any other movers, just feel free to mention it, as we only have two sets of eyeballs here to scan the markets collectively, so all of us working together puts things into higher probabilities that we're able to make money. Again, a couple of the things that I'm seeing, I remember we traded Chewy yesterday, and you are seeing its counterparty WOOF, W-O-O-F. I did mention that in the daily analysis video yesterday to members that we should see WOOF get a continuation move, and I mean that one just blistering 16% gap up. But look at CRM here. I mean, into this previous little gap fill. What a breakdown. I mean, you have a head and shoulders here that definitely triggered and has almost played out to a T. Let's see where this downside target takes us. It's about a 18% drop or so. So 18% drop. So I mean, from that neckline, you can clearly see that the downside target should be around 209, 210. So we'll mark that area on CRM. That's kind of a long entry in my opinion. Let me just see if there's any other supports in this range. Obviously, CRM is still a quality name. It will probably get a really, really big bounce. It's just a matter of where. So for a gap down like this, I'm going to extend myself to the weekly chart because it's a pretty substantial gap down on CRM. You have the S&P and Qs still weakening a little bit more. So I mean, the first thing we can do is throw up a fib retrace from this low pivot to this high pivot, and we can clearly see we're actually piercing this. Actually, we're not piercing it yet, but we're trading at 226.30. I don't know if we pierced it in the pre-market. Let me just look at my pre-market data. Nat gas continuing to go lower. Yeah, so CRM hit that 225.03, pretty much tagging that Fibonacci level to a T. So clearly there's some support there. at 225.03 on CRM. That's that Fibonacci level where it's being defended. But I still think we could go a little bit lower, believe it or not. I mean, there's a ton of support there. Let's look on the weekly chart to see if there's any sort of other moving averages that we can see. No, you haven't missed anything on CRM yet. We're just trying to isolate down a technical level. So far, we've seen CRM in the pre-market pretty much stop dead at this 50% retrace, this 223.25. And it has triggered a head and shoulders on the daily chart, which gives us a downside move. You can clearly see the head and shoulders on CRM has played out, or he's playing out right now. But the downside is around 209.90, 210. That's what I've calculated. So, I mean, with overshoot, you could probably flush to the 200 psych number. That would probably be a pretty good area. But in terms of a day trade level right now, this 225 zone is looking kind of appealing in the near term. Nat gas going lower, making a new low of day on nat gas. I still think with small caps strong, we got to look for some of the higher short interest names to potentially squeeze. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of confluence, moving average support. Let's see where that weekly 200 is sitting, that weekly 50. So it does appear that weekly 200 MA, I would be a buyer at the weekly 200 MA. Appears to that area. So 221. I'm going to put an alert there and see what transpires with CRM. But we can watch that in the near term. I'm also looking at CVNA and Upstart. They could potentially be a little bit of a squeezing mover today. Birkenstock squeezing. Coles is still down 25%. Look at that Maxon Solar. I mean, down 45% on MAXN. And what's so interesting is you have this name getting clobbered today, and you do have SunPower earnings. SunPower is one of the highest shorted stocks in the market right now. I believe the short interest on SunPower is around 88% short float. That's impeccable. That's quite impeccable. Honestly, for Boyle, there is looking like there's a day trade today that could come to fruition. So we'll discuss that. But look at Maxon Solar gapping down. Boom. 45%. I mean, it hit a low here in the pre-market of 99 cents. And it's already pushed up about 70%. So, I mean, it's still down substantially. But, wow. Crazy price action across the board in some of these equities. And again, SunPower earnings are today. It almost makes you want to take some YOLO calls, lotto calls on SunPower, another high short interest name. Obviously, it could gap down, but this name could easily double on earnings. All right, let's look at KSS. That one, again, gapping down as well. That one I'm not liking the chart setup because you are piercing a pretty substantial major pivot low, which makes you think if you close below this pivot low, we're probably going to head down to this triple bottom. Not today, but in the coming weeks. Just give me 1 second, guys. So yeah, I'm not really liking KSS at the moment. If we look at that wolf that I was talking about in the members analysis video, I mean, that one's just squeezing to the high side. I was hoping that it wouldn't have this big of a bounce yet, but I did mention that wolf was probably setting up for a technical bounce back to the high side. Look at that, pushing right back up. I mean, do I want to chase it when it's already up 16% right now? 15%? No, but I'm certainly keeping my eye on it for any sort of a pullback and dip buy. Because this one was kind of a play like Chewy that we did yesterday with great success. So watching it closely. Watching it closely in the near term. Alright, what else do we have here? Foot Locker gapping up. I don't really like Foot Locker that much as a tradable stock. I know the volume will be pretty decent today, and it is set to gap up with momentum. But not really liking Foot Locker. I mean, you're above that daily 200. You're surprising to the upside there. I mean, you could make a case actually on Foot Locker that there is a bullish pattern that just triggered. You have an inverse head and shoulders. So this upside target on Foot Locker, breakout from this neckline off a gap up. We could actually see 28.34 today. So I mean, there might be a trade on Foot Locker. We'll keep an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye on that one. There might be a trade there. And then I'm just going to mark that daily 200 in blue. Whoops, that's green. But there might be a day trade long on Foot Locker. We'll keep that one on watch. In terms of nat gas, where I think Boyle can actually bounce is literally right here. Nat gas is actually hitting the 20-day moving average. So, if you want to start inching in a position, I think anywhere between now and 255 is probably a decent area of opportunity for nat gas. So, I mean, natural gas, if we look at that commodity, just keeps getting bludgeoned right now. Down on the session, which is obviously great for our short trade, but we want to try to get maximum gain out of this short. So but we are hitting a pretty decent daily 20 moving average in a short-term oversold intraday condition on nat gas. So you can see you're still trading above that daily 200, which is where I ultimately see things going, but I don't think we're going to hit there straight away. But we're hitting that daily 20 moving average. And we haven't really tested that area since we broke out back here in April. Right underneath that, there's that 382 Fibonacci number, so I'm watching that area closely. But right now, nat gas is under pressure. It's down on the session sharply. 2.2%. Birkenstock seeing some strength. Plug Power, green in the pre-market. I don't like Stocks L right now, Ram. I'm still seeing semiconductors kind of mixed at the moment. I would prefer picking a long on some of the smaller cap names in the IWM because the Qs and the SPY are still relatively weak at the moment. And you have the Russell performing well. So I'd look for another small cap trade instead of the Qs. I know you're looking for leverage, probably an ETF, but I think if you look through high short interest names, I think Carvana could be a good play today with yields down. I even think SunPower, I mean, obviously earnings is troublesome, and you do have some weakness in solar stocks today with Max in there, but names like Sava, names like SunPower, AI might be a good play as well. AI is obviously another one that we haven't discussed yet, but that one is obviously gapping up on earnings, and that still has a high short float interest. I mean, AI stock right now, where's AI? AI still has a 32.69% short interest, and year to date it's still down 16.6%. So with a 10% gap up this morning, down about 6% year to date. So I'm expecting AI to actually continue to squeeze. I mean, you can see it's pulled back from its pre-market high, but this is a name that has momentum into the session. So this is one that we should keep an eye on because it is trying to break out here as well. And if you break out, just like Foot Locker's breaking out, this is a very similar pattern. left shoulder, head, right shoulder. There's an inverse head and shoulders here at play. And you are set to try to break out today. And believe it or not, I mean, short covering rallies only happen to stocks when they're starting to move up. So this is obviously having an initial gap up on earnings, but believe it or not, if you get this trigger of this inverse, you're looking like a move to potentially 36, 37 bucks on the chart of AI. So this is one that I am interested in. I am very interested in watching AI here. Obviously, you have your daily 200 as resistance. There will be some sellers there. You have this downsloping trend line that you need to get through, but it is looking like this is going to make an attempt to try to push through today. So we'll watch it closely. But I am watching AI potentially for a bit of a long setup. So keep that name on watch, AI. Alright guys, market is set to open here in a few minutes. Market is set to open. PayPal had a nice stick. Yeah, it did. It did. PayPal's still trying to firm up here. Really just trying to work out most of the sellers still. But potentially trying to form a little bit of a low. It is at the low range of the consolidation pattern. All right, markets are open here, guys. Markets are open. We're seeing the semiconductors push higher here. The Russell Qs are being sold into in the near term. So a little bit of weakness to hit the tape, initial weakness. Amazon, NVDA, everything kind of coming down. Qs and SPY are negative, but the Russell's still holding on to some positive gains. Let's look at the Russell. AI is continuing to press here, guys. AI is continuing to press. KSS still down. Wolf is gapped up still. Plug Power catching a bid. QQQ. SPY's now catching a bid, so is the Russell 2000. The Russell's still continuing to push. Yeah, ECN just keeps falling. That one's definitely been under a lot of pressure. You have the semiconductors trying to weaken here. They are weakening substantially. CRM hitting at a level here, getting an alert on CRM. So yeah, CRM's now piercing that 50% retrace again. But I still have a little bit lower on CRM to go, in my opinion. AI is still getting a nice bid higher here. Amazon's still struggling. QQQ, S&P still struggling. Russell's still pushing higher, going for a high of day. So the Russell's coming into this shortable pivot zone. Let me just flip back to the regular trading hours. You can see it's getting rejected off pre-market high at the moment. But right in this line, this pivot is a potential short on the Russell. You can see you're already seeing a bit of sell side pressure in that region. Nat gas still looking fairly weak. Chewy has been faded or slight gain again. AI is continuing. Oil's catching a bit of a bid here. Max and Solar. Sun Power catching a really big stick to the upside. That one's going green now. So a nice bullish reversal in Sun Power. Still no trades for me yet. I'm interested in a short on the Russell, but it needs to go a little bit higher. Microsoft's continuing to dump. Google, Meta under a lot of pressure still. Still seeing some weakness across the tape. Gas still weak on the session. CRM still trading around 224. It has got about a $4 bounce off the lows. The Qs are still at the lows. So QQQ still coming down. QQQ looks like it wants that gap fill around 453.55. So I haven't taken any longs yet because I'm just waiting for the Qs to kind of stabilize here. Still have strength in the Russell. Canopy growth, Chris, you must be happy. That one's up 15%. Wow. What a move in Canopy. Huge move in Canopy growth there. AI up about 13. Getting a small pullback in the near term. Yeah, SMCI going lower. The SOX is still trying to break out here, guys. SOXS is still trying to break out here, which is telling us that the Qs are seeing some really heavy downward pressure. CRM going lower. Semiconductors still under a lot of pressure here, guys. The Qs just keep breaking down. You can see the SPYs at the low of day. So things are looking a little bit fragile here. Guys, I'm going to take a long on Boyle here. This is a high risk trade, but I'm going to just try to bottom pick nat gas here. 1657 long. It's a starter position. 1657 long on BOIL. $16.57 long on Boyle. I repeat, this is a nat gas trade. We're long nat gas. Still took profits on some of our short. So we're just seeing if we can catch a bit of a bid. I will add to my nat gas position at 255. So Boyle, I don't know where Boyle would be at that level, but 255 on the nat gas chart is where I'd add. Still seeing the equity markets under pressure, but the Qs are still going for pre-market low now on the Qs, 453.83. Google getting hit really hard. Amazon, NVDA, Microsoft down 1.96%. So the sell side pressure is coming from your leading mega cap, Microsoft. You can see Boyle going lower. Markets are being sold into here in a big way. Nat gas still going lower. The Russell's still holding up okay, but it has been slightly faded, just a touch here, but still holding up decently well. AI still up 13% or so. CRM still struggling in this region. Intel catching a really big bid off of the lows. Oil starting to reverse. NVDA catching a really big reversal. QQQ seeing some buying pressure. ARM spike up and down. Yep. Canopy growth maintaining the majority of its gains. Is that a head and shoulders on the stocks hourly? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You have the semiconductor bear ETF getting sold into, which means the NASDAQ is bouncing here. You have some strength coming back into the equity markets. Oil's still going a little bit lower. Nat gas coming down. Still seeing weakness in Meta, Google, Microsoft. NVIDIA is pushing back to the green side. So semiconductors are now starting to try to firm up here. You have the SOXS back to the negative side. So S&P is trying to move higher. And this is probably the area where you want to start looking for longs in the market. It does look like we're stabilizing in the near term here. Oil's trying to catch a bid. KSS still down about 23%. Semiconductor bear ETF still trying to push up here. Again, yields are soft right now. It does favor a bit of a bounce, especially in mega cap tech land. I mean, you would favor a bounce at some point. Nat gas trying to firm up just a touch here. Still weak on the session. Abercrombie and Fitch going lower. Guys, I'm looking at this WOOF ticker, WOOF, WOOF. Sorry, WO. Yeah. I'm looking at a long setup on this tick name here. I know it's a big gap up already. The Russell being slightly faded here, so the Russell's coming down a touch. Qs are still trying to bounce steady here. Let's just see. Nat Gas catching a little bit of a bid here through Boyle. Just seeing if there's any other names I like on the long side. Again, small caps are still the strongest indices, so I'm looking through high short interest names, just seeing if there's any momentum based plays. AI is still holding a large amount of its gains. All right, guys, I'm going to go long Wolf here, WOOF, 350 entry. This is a 1/4 position, guys. I'm long WOOF. My target is honestly going to be back between $3.83 and $4. I think that could happen. So I'm long at 351. This is a starter position. My next entry will be at the low around 341, so about 10 cents. I'll accumulate every 10 cents to the position. Just understand that this is a much riskier equity. Intel seeing a nice bid higher here. Aurora is also looking like a bit of a continuation in my opinion. Guys, I just picked up some Aurora shares at 650. I'm long Aurora at 650. This is also a high risk trade. So long Aurora at 650. Wolf is coming down. Pan W going lower. I will add to the Wolf position. Add 341. It's coming down there now. So again, I'm long Aurora at 650, long Nat Gas, Boyle, and then long Wolf. Wolf next ad level is at 341. 341. All right, Aurora trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Again, Aurora is short interest today. ACB still has a 34% short interest, so it's quite a bit of shares still short in this name, which could catch a bit of a squeeze, especially when you have small cap strong. So I mean, Aurora today, based off of if it starts catching up to Canopy growth, there's about a 10% divergence right now between Canopy and Aurora. You know, I could see Aurora on a short squeeze hitting above 7 today. That would be nice. All right, you have the QQQ still negative on the session. SPY and Q are down 0.35. Russell's still up about 0.5%, but it is slightly being faded here in the near term. Some slight fading opportunity in the near term. Dixie's still trading around 104.78. Tesla getting a really big boost. Apple getting a really big bid. Microsoft, Google, Meta still struggling, although they are bouncing off of the lows here. Ticker Wolf, WOOF, is trying to firm up here. We're basically up about 1 penny on the session here. So it is trying to firm up. Still waiting on natural gas. Still waiting on Aurora. AI is up 8%, so it's been faded from the highs slightly. AI. Qs and Russell are still trying to catch a bid here. NVDA back above the prior day high. Apple, NVIDIA still strong on the session. Nat Gas holding at 259. Aurora coming down a little bit. I'll add to Aurora at 632. It's about 10 cents away on ACB. 632. It's our prior day high. That's where I'll take my second entry on the long side. At 632 on ACB. ACB is coming under a little bit of pressure in the near term. Markets are still trying to firm up across the board here. You can see ACB being sold into slightly here. Still waiting on Nat Gas. So we have the 3 positions on the table, guys, at the moment. Already took some profits off the table with members via KOLD. You know, today Goldman Sachs under pressure, Adobe under pressure, PayPal reversing a little bit here in the near term. QQQ still trying to firm up here across the board. Wolf is trying to bark. So here we've these pet companies have been treating us well. Chewy was obviously a big winner for us yesterday. Nice to see Wolf firming up. If Aurora could only start catching up to Canopy Growth, still about a 4-to-1 divergence. Here comes some volume in Wolf, ticker WOOF. Seeing some heavy flow and volume. How's Expedia doing today? That one's getting sold into again. Down on the session slightly. Guys, remember Abercrombie and Fitch had that stunning move yesterday. It's starting to fall today. I'll look to close my 180 put in the money if we flush down to 180. Remember, we're swung 180 puts on Abercrombie and Fitch. We'll see if that one wants to give back some of the gains. Still no bid really in Nat Gas. Let's look at Aurora here, ACB. Intel's catching a nice bid off of the lows. Bitcoin spiking here. Google, Microsoft still under pressure. You have Apple curling down at the moment. Ticker Wolf is starting to firm up even more. Nice little push on Wolf. Come on, Wolf, get yourself above these previous high pivot reversal, and then you can really start to squeeze. Alright, so basically we're now back to break even on Aurora. We're nicely in the money on ticker Wolf. Come on, keep squeezing Wolf, keep squeezing Aurora. Russell's still the strongest indice today when you have the Nasdaq and S&P weak. So again, there is a recipe here for small caps to squeeze on the back of lower rates. We are seeing Aurora slightly being sold into though in the near term. Coles is still down 25%. Max and Solar down 46%. VFS up 3.74. Siri catching a bit of a bid. Birkenstock's up 12. AI still up 11.2. You have Aurora still under pressure. Canopy still holding up about 13% on the session. Ticker Wolf is still firming up. Aurora is really struggling though in this region. Oil's starting to bounce. Yeah, I saw the earnings. Still okay. I mean, the reaction is really what we care about right now. It's obviously trying to push up in the near term. The Russell's trying to push up again, going for a little bit of a new high of day. Plug Power's looking interesting here. Carvana's looking interesting for a squeeze. Again, with the Russell, if the Russell takes out the high of day, small caps should really still see some momentum to the upside. Nat Gas now trying to firm up. Here goes Wolf again, trying to move higher. Just need Aurora. Again, I'll add to my ACB at 632 prior day, my second entry. Boyle's now flat on the trade for us, so Nat Gas is trying to firm up here at the lows. Look at Wolf go, guys. It's starting to squeeze. Momentum is coming in to Wolf. Alright guys, I just paired some profits on Wolf. I sold half of the position, moving stop to break even. Beautiful. Just over 3% gain on that trade. Lovely, lovely trade there on ticker WOOF. Beautiful if you're able to catch that with us. Everyone should have caught that. Aurora is still coming down. Guys, I just took it a little bit early here. I added to my ACB at 634. My average now is 643. 643 on ACB. Look at Wolf go, guys. Look at Wolf go, guys. Aurora just not cooperating. Canopy's marijuana stocks are not cooperating here. But ticker Wolf is squeezing to the high side. Guys, I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on Wolf here at 351. I'm protecting the rest of the shares, the common shares. And again, my average on ACB now is 643. So we've already taken profits on Wolf. We're still riding Boyle at 1657. That trade is basically just flat on the session. Abercrombie and Fitch is starting to come down, guys. So again, we're riding that 180 put. If that 180 put hits in the money, I will be securing. So you better be aware. Russell 2000 going for a new high of day. So the Russell's trying to go for a new high of day. Marijuana stock still being slightly faded here in the near term. Still no bid yet. Paul's asking if I saw Canopy Growth's earnings. Yep, lost. Yeah, they're dumpster fire earnings, but obviously the reaction's been positive so far. And I still think with small caps, yields down, dollar down, you know, these names, now's the time to try to pick these momentum short interest plays. Obviously Aurora right now is going against us. But a nice trade on Wolf again. Everyone should have caught that one. All right, come on, Aurora and Boyle. We're looking at Aurora and Boyle. Let's flip back to our Boyle chart, which is obviously a levered nat gas long. Canopy Growth still coming lower at the moment, being sold into, unfortunately. It's not what we want to see. Pre-market high on Aurora's 630. 630. You are seeing the Qs being sold into a little bit here. Sell side pressure in NVDA, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and now Apple's breaking down. So you also have Apple starting to lose some momentum here. Boyle's trying to move up a touch here. Aurora's still weak. SOX, Bear ETF coming down. Microsoft still near the lows. Apple again being sold into. Look at the bounce on the SOXS there. That was a huge bounce. So Boyle's starting to move up ahead of steam here. Too bad for this ACB trade. It's really they're selling into this name pretty firmly here, almost looking to go negative. Still up a couple percent on the session, but definitely the lion's share of the gains have been sold into so far on Aurora. I don't like the fact that it's now trading below its prior day low. That's not really a good sign in the near term. Boyle, we're now slightly green on that trade. So Boyle's trying to firm up. The Russell 2000 still consolidating near the highs. QQQ still consolidating in kind of a mid-range. Ticker Wolf still trying to squeeze higher. You're seeing Trump ticker DJT up about 2%. Birkenstocks is up about 11. AI is still up about 13.2. Semiconductor bear ETF trying to catch another bid. Russell's now starting to sell off a little bit again. You're seeing some price action firming up in the bear ETFs here. Qs are coming down. Can you look at shorts for Netflix and GEV? They look ripe. Yeah, I can take a look at those names. Oil trying to firm up. Aurora coming down. Not good price action in Aurora right now, guys. This is looking like they're selling. I'll add one more time at the gap fill, but that's pretty much it for the position. If it gets faded here, that's not a positive sign for this asset class, for this equity, sorry. Alright, so we're looking at GE for a short, one of the viewers. Let's see here. Yeah, a bit of a potential lower high here, almost a failed breakout double top, so there could be some validity there. There absolutely could be some validity to it. Nat Gas trying to firm up. So, I mean, if you want to take a stab at it, your risk is pretty much a close above this high pivot. If you want to give it double top, you can do that. So, I mean, there's minimal risk on the upside right now. If you were to short this name, definitely extended in nature, no matter how you look at it. Still putting in higher lows. That's the only thing, right? This could be your first lower high, but still putting in higher lows. So, technically, I mean, it's still a strong uptrend. Let's look at Netflix. An MSTR short. I wouldn't touch MSTR yet. Dollar's weak, Bitcoin strong right now. It looks like Bitcoin wants to probably push up for about 69,000 again. Then I would consider maybe a short on MicroStrategy. Aurora is continuing to go lower here on us, guys. Almost completely going negative on the session now. Not really a good relative strength play when it goes from a massive push up to pretty much almost negative. Canopy is still holding up 5, so I mean there's still some chance it can firm, but I will add one more time to Aurora at this gap fill around 618, 619. Netflix right now probably wants to test a little bit higher in the near term. This trend line that I've been eyeing up is looking somewhere around 675, 680 on the chart. So that's where I think Netflix maybe a little bit higher, and then it gets us in for a potential short opportunity. Okay. Let's look back at the S&P. Boyle again, still trying to firm up. The S&P is still trying to firm up here. Nice move in Boyle. Nat Gas again trying to push. Nice move, continuation move in Wolf, guys. I'm going to move my stop up on Wolf to 359 in the money. Again, 359. I just raised my stop a little bit on ticker WOOF. CRM down to 217. Yep. You can see the SPY is trying to firm up here. Nice move on Boyle, guys. So Nat Gas could try to make a bit of a red to green reversal. Look at this ticker Wolf, guys. Ticker WOOF is squeezing here, guys. New high of day. Raise stops, please. Raise stops, guys, on Wolf. 368. I just raised my stop on Wolf. It is going through a bit of a short squeeze here. Look at that. New high of day on ticker Wolf. Everyone should be in this name. There's no reason that you weren't able to hit this trade with us. My stop is now at 368, guys. 368 on Wolf. And we're in the money on Boyle. So please hit that like button. We've been producing some bangers here. Look at ticker Wolf, guys. I will sell all of the position at 383. But I have a tight stop loss. I'm raising my stop on Wolf as it progresses higher here. It is going through a bit of a short squeeze. Nat Gas is now in the money, firming up. Look at this move on ticker WOOF, guys. Nice move higher. Nice move higher on ticker Wolf, guys. Canopy trying to catch a bid. Nat Gas looking firm in this region, guys. Nat Gas. Tesla's ripping. Nat Gas is ripping, so we're now in the money on all of our trades except for Aurora. Alright, guys, I just raised my stop a little bit in line with this pivot. 370 stop on Wolf. 370 stop on Wolf. So we're locking in regardless of the outcome, at least over 5% on the trade. Nat Gas is still pressing. Now if we could just get Aurora to firm up, that would be ideal. Abercrombie and Fitch going lower, guys. Members, get ready to secure profits on ANF, that 180 put. All right, Wolf just stopped me out, guys. Wolf just stopped me out. Beautiful little win there on Wolf. I'm all out of Wolf. Our stop was hit. Still riding Boyle and Aurora. And this ANF, if this 180 put gets in the money today, I will be securing it instantaneously, okay? 180 put on ANF. If it gets in the money, I will be looking to secure it instantaneously. So please be ready. Aurora right now still struggling on the long side of that trade. Still struggling. The Russell 2000 still putting in some bullish consolidation. The Qs are potentially putting in bearish consolidation. Still stuck under prior day low on the Qs. Tesla's still ripping though. That one's breaking out to the upside. So at the high of its wedge pattern, Tesla is shaping up to be a little bit of a bullish breakout. Amazon's at the lows. Google getting slaughtered. Microsoft getting slaughtered. NVDA still holding up fairly decently on the session. Let's see what else is going on here. AI, how's AI doing? That's still up 13.8. Carvana's up a couple there. Semiconductor bear ETF still trying to fall. Yeah, Adobe new lows. Goldman Sachs under pressure. Yeah, ANF puts are expensive. Probably because there's going to be more of a flush. More of a flush. Again, the Qs are not looking too positive in this region right now. The Nasdaq is being sold into pretty sharply at the moment. Amazon's at the lows. Semiconductor bear ETF breaking out again. NVIDIA is now breaking down. So you have the QQQ just made a new low of day underneath its pre-market low, guys. QQQ is looking very, very weak. Very, very weak. Google's just selling off so hard here. Small caps are still holding up okay, but seeing a bit of sell side pressure. Still holding Boyle Aurora, but the Nasdaq just got bludgeoned there. QQQ is actually the worst performing indice on the session at the moment, so the Nasdaq Mega Cap Tech is seeing a lot of distribution in this range, now into its gap fill zone here, sitting at 453.65. There is a lot of support here on the Nasdaq. You would favor a little bit of a bounce trade here, but the question is, do they want to flush it into the gap and fill the gap? Alright guys, I just took a little bit of a long on the Nasdaq here, QQQ. I just went long 453.59, 453.59. I'm long the QQQ. 453.59. I'm long the QQQ. I will add if we flush into this lower boundary trend line around 453.13 if need be. I am long the Qs off of this level. Starter position, 100 shares long. Come on, Nat Gas. Come on, Aurora. Let's go Qs. Qs are getting a nice big bid. We're already up nicely on the trade. Profit target is anywhere between 75 cents to $1, and then what I'm looking to do is sell half move stops to break even and leave runners going. Boyle's starting to move up a little bit more. Canopy Growth still up about 5. Aurora up 1.13. KRE slightly green on the session. Nat Gas down about 1.8. NVIDIA slightly negative. Microsoft down 2.4. Tesla up 2.9. Bitcoin up 1.2. ARM down 0.9. Meta struggling down 1%. Bitcoin's now seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. I'm not adding to Expedia here. I'm not adding. I just got in the trade yesterday, took some, or 2 days ago, took some profits. Sorry, yesterday took some profits. I'm not looking to raise my cost basis. I have to be able to lower my cost basis by a significant way before I'm looking to get into more shares. I mean, if you're wanting to buy common shares down here on Expedia, by all means, I think that's certainly a good risk to reward ratio. But I'm not adding to my call options. So 3 trades on the go: long Boyle, long Qs, long Aurora. Come on, Qs. Look at the bounce on the Qs. So profit target 1 is already intact here, guys. We're already up a full $1 on the trade. I'm looking for a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to pare back a slight little bit here. I just trimmed at 454.40. 454.40. I trimmed half of the position, and I'm leaving a stop loss now at break even on the Qs, guys. So nice little trade there on the Qs. Another little win on the books. We're just still waiting on Aurora, but it's really not cooperating in the near term. That's unfortunate. Nat gas, we're still slightly green. Slightly green on nat gas. So Bart, if it's common shares and I'm accumulating, I like to let it fall about 10% or so, and then I add to the position. You know, so say I take an entry and it falls and I'm down 10%, then I look to add my second entry, down another 10%, I'll add my third. Basically gives myself the ability to accumulate in a 40% range, but oftentimes we don't. Alright guys, I just added my final entry to Aurora there at the gap fill. Final entry on the long side of Aurora. My average is now sitting at 634, so I'm down on the trade, but I will not add to the position anymore on Aurora. This is the final entry on the long side, so let's see if we can get the price to firm up. So the Russell's going for a new high of day. Guys, Sava Science is looking interesting. SAVA, that one's looking quite interesting on the long side. It is trying to break a little bit of a stage 1 basing formation intraday, pushing through some high pivots. I mean, this one could squeeze all the way up to about, I could see 2230 today, maybe 2270. But Sava Sciences, I mean, seeing some pretty good volume and price action at the moment. CRM still down 20, Path is down 34%. Wow. Dell down 6, Kohl's is still down 26. Hood is catching a nice bit up 3.7. Ford, Apple green, Palantir green, AMD green. Canopy growth going lower. Aurora is still falling here, guys. Nat gas still trying to perk up. Russell 2000 still trying to make a move higher here. Qs are now catching another little bid. Bitcoin pushing up again. Microsoft, Google, Meta is still trying to form a little bit of a bottom in the near term. Big push on the Qs, guys. Really big push in the Qs. Nat gas still trying to push up. MRO, HIMS, and TMIS analysis, please. Let's look at MRO. So QQQ still trying to push higher, guys. Again, I have a break-even stop. We already took half the position off the table for a nice full dollar. So break-even stop on the Q. Still riding Aurora. Hopefully that one can firm up off of the lows. IWM making new highs. So the Russell 2000 did make a nice little push there. MRO. Yeah, I mean, still holding its gap up off of that buyout news. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Wow, these marijuana stocks are just getting bludgeoned right now. Not really positive price action when you see Aurora continuing to sell, Canopy continue to sell, and the Russell's pushing higher. I mean, they're still technically positive on the session, both names, but they need to start holding this gap up and firming up here, these marijuana stocks. Volume starting to increase a little bit. MRO, kind of a no touch for me off of this massive gap up out of the buyout news. So, I mean, I really can't trade it here. If the buyout comes into fruition, I'd probably puts a little bit higher. But, you know, off of this news, I can't really touch it. Let's look at HIMS. Nat gas seeing a little bit more selling. Nat gas still going lower here. Seeing the Russell still holding, trying to hold and close above that prior day pivot around that 204 level. Aurora's trying to recapture some of these losses. Yeah, so just looking at this HIMS chart, I mean, right now it's definitely extended. Obviously, it's in a strong technical uptrend, but putting in its first negative divergence on the daily chart, right away you can see there's a resistance trend line in this name. From this high pivot, you can see that you're trying to break above this little bit of a trend line resistance. So technically you are at some resistance. I would favor a pullback. I can't really chase this name long here, in my opinion, but if we go to the weekly chart, let's see what we're looking at. Obviously this looks like it wants to push for its double top, so at 25.37. So with a little bit of bullish consolidation on the daily and the weekly chart to digest this gain, it does look like this wants to push for its double top eventually at 25 bucks. It just needs a little bit of time to digest and breathe. So I think that if you consolidated here for about a week or two, you know, holding this $19 level, then I think you could push higher. But it's a no touch for me at this point. T-Mobile. I'm seeing NVDA breaking down here, guys, so please just protect your Nasdaq trade if you're long. Seeing NVIDIA break down. Dollar just made a new low. Yeah, T-Mobile, I mean, look at this. Look at this breakout. That's a solid chart. That is a solid chart. Now, this one's got some room to run. This one definitely has some room to run. Aurora tried having a little bit of a bounce, but being sold into again. In terms of where I could see this TMUS going to, just see what this channel gives us. So look at that little channel. Pivot lows to pivot highs. So you're looking at about 172. Again, this is an upsloping target, so 173, 174, somewhere along this upper range is where it probably wants to go to. Abercrombie and Fitch coming down again, guys, so get ready to secure those 180 puts that we took and swung. Abercrombie and Fitch is seeing some fairly decent downward pressure at the moment. Come on, Abercrombie and Fitch, a little bit lower to get these puts in the money. I'm even thinking of closing them here, guys. I'm going to close my 180 put at $2.50. So nice gain there on Abercrombie and Fitch put. So members, I did close my 180 put on Abercrombie and Fitch, ANF. That almost went in the money, 180 put, but enough of a profit on the table for me to get out of the trade. Another little job. Ram saying TMUS news to acquire U.S. cellular operations. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that update. So that's good to know. Interesting to see the stock pushing higher off of a buyout there. Typically, that's not what you see. Often buyouts generally mean a little bit of devaluation, watering down of the stock, but I guess the market participants are trying to hold that steady. Look at that ticker Wolf going for a new high of day. I mean, quite crazy. Bark, bark, woof, woof. Pushing up with extreme force. Extreme force. AI, that's still up about 13% respectively. Still consolidating at the highs. All right, let's flip back to the Qs because they are coming down again. So the NASDAQ is seeing an additional sell side pressure. Yes, Bart, I'm still holding common shares. That was just an option play that we swung yesterday, a bit of a lotto position. And the 180 put almost went in the money. So we're already up on our common shares, about just over 5% on the short. But I'm still riding this one lower on common shares. I'm looking for at least a 10% gain on the common shares. So I'm looking for a move to 170 at the minimum on ANF. 170 at the minimum. Likely even lower. But those 180 puts that we swung are almost in the money here. But that was a lovely little trade. Took those cons from yesterday at $1.70 to $2.50. So we just made just under 50% on that Abercrombie and Fitch trade. And those puts are actually now in the money. So I probably could have held them for a little bit longer. ANF did go in the money there. So again, please secure those puts. Look at that. Nice big bid on Aurora coming back into the picture. Nice push on Aurora. QQQ, again, on the precipice of stopping me out. QQQ is on the precipice of stopping me out here. Nice push on Aurora. Come on, Aurora. Keep pushing. We need Aurora. We got Boyle now starting to move. All right, guys. QQQ stopped me out. Next technical support level is down here at 453. But I'm just going to manage my Aurora and my Boyle position since Boyle is making a nice reversal on the 10-minute chart. Beautiful little 10-minute engulfing candle. Looking to close here in about 4 minutes. Look at Abercrombie and Fitch dump. Come on, Aurora. If we can push and make Aurora green, that would be beautiful. That would be music to my ears because that would mean we've won on the Qs, we've won on Aurora, we won on Wolf, we won on Abercrombie, and we're looking to, come on, close Abercrombie and we're looking to close Aurora positive here. Come on, Aurora. Keep pushing. Go back to your high of day. You know you want to. Small caps are still strong on the session. A complete divergence from the Qs, SPY, small caps. You know, the small caps are still at 0.88% on the session. The NASDAQ is down 0.6, and at the lows, the Russell's at the highs, NASDAQ at the lows. Just kind of shows you where the overall sentiment is in this market. Goldman Sachs weak on the session. Shopify is still continuing to move. Adobe still weak on the session. That Adobe has just been a horrific falling stock. NVDA breaking down here, guys. NVIDIA is starting to lose some pretty serious momentum here on the Qs, guys. NVIDIA's looking heavy. So, I mean, at this moment, it's not good. Yep, NVIDIA just hit pre-market low. Pot stocks giving up. Yep. Target price in Abercrombie, 170 or lower. You know, we could even push to 160, give or take. Semiconductor bear ETF still trying to break out here across the board. So the semiconductor bear ETF is still trying to break out. Qs are about to lose pre-market low. Not a good sign for the NASDAQ. If the NASDAQ loses pre-market low, that's a horrific sign. Horrific sign. You're seeing a lot of red starting to approach on the screen, although small caps are still showing some signs of life. Once the NASDAQ stops selling here, it should get a pretty big bounce. Right now it is hitting some upsloping support. Daily chart is below its 7-day, so it is running into some sellers here. Again, if we lose this 453.60 area, I mean, we could flush down to 452 on the NASDAQ. That could certainly happen on the Qs. Boyle's starting to firm up, still waiting on Aurora. Let's look at the Qs here, because they're the lagging indice, continuing to lose pre-market low, going even lower in the near term here. Not a healthy looking chart on the Qs, guys. Not a healthy looking chart. The fact that we're losing this critical level on the Qs is quite concerning. And again, the Qs are at the low of day, going lower. And you can see this trend line that we're breaching on the Qs. We're currently below that area. Now you will have some support right at here at this 453 zone. So I'm going to take a stab. If we pierce 453, I will go long the NASDAQ again. At a pierce of 453, I will go long the QQQ. I'm just playing with common shares. SOXS is ripping here. I'm just playing with common shares. I repeat, if the NASDAQ breaches 453, I will go long. Let's see what happens here. Big spot, big spot. Boyle, we're green, up about 20 cents on the Boyle trade. Aurora, we're still down about 8 cents per share. SOXS is flying right now to the high side. SPY puts, yeah, I'm not taking SPY puts here. I'm not taking SPY puts here. I think the Qs get a bounce at some point, likely a retest of this 453.70 trend line, and then if we get rejected off that, then you take SPY puts or Qs. Qs are actually the weaker indices, so you might want to pick on the Qs instead of SPY. Guys, I'm getting very close to taking a long entry on the Qs. I'm getting very close. Pierce of this 453. I want to pierce of 453 to get myself interested, okay? There's the pierce. I'm long at 452.86, 452.86 long the Qs. This is a 1/4 entry, 452.86. I'm long the Qs here. This is a 1/4 entry. I'll add every 50 cents lower, okay? I'll add every 50 cents. So 452.36 would be my next entry if need be. And 451.86, and these are, this is going to be a 1/4 entry. Already getting a nice little bounce off of the QQQ bottom there. Do you see this market flushing out? No. Not in the afternoon, maybe later on. But I do think that they're shaking people out in the morning here, the first hour or 2 hours, first 90 minutes, and then I think we're going to get a really sizable bounce. The Russell to me is too strong right now for the QQQ and S&P to not get a bounce. Too big of a divergence right now. And you still have yields weak, you still have the dollar weak, so I mean, I'm still going on the technical basis that a lot of the major headwinds and tailwinds are still in place for the major indices to bounce. Obviously, mega cap tech is just going through a bit of sell side pressure, weakness in cloud stocks on the back of CRM. But I still think that these NASDAQ markets will get a bid at some point. At some point. We just got to be patient. All right. But the SOX ETF, the bear ETF, has broken out. Don't get me wrong, that inverse head and shoulders on the SOXS with a target of 28.25 has broken out to the upside. So obviously the bearish environment is in play right now. How about Friday? It's a tough question, right? We don't even know how this market's going to close. You know, obviously the market has started out pretty poorly, but it's a matter of how it closes. And I still think that they're doing some weird shenanigans here at the end of the month. Nice little reversal in the Qs, trying to firm up here, guys. A little bit of a 5-minute reversal, trying. Here come the Qs. They are catching a nice bid. Meta's still really struggling on the session. Nat Gas still struggling. Aurora still struggling, although it's still slightly green. You can see the Qs are still struggling at this previous little resistance pivot, as well as this upsloping trend line. It is trying to firm up. My target on the Qs, guys, I'm going to look to sell half at this trend line, 453.70-ish, and then move stop to break even. Oil still coming down, still just floundering at our area. Still waiting on Aurora. Russell 2000 just put in a new high of day. Nice job. Sox calls already up 20%. You sold them. Beautiful job there. Beautiful job. Sounds like everyone's doing pretty well today. Wow, they were the same runners which were 100% in the money and went negative. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Bitcoin right now seeing a little bit of sell side pressure coming down a touch. Aurora trying to catch a bid. Nat Gas still struggling on the session. Come on, Aurora. Firm up for us, and then we can say that this is a pretty good day for us. Microsoft still selling off here at the lows, so Microsoft's really keeping a lid on the market today. So Microsoft lagging down 2.5%. It's always going to be tough for the Nasdaq to bounce here if Microsoft's getting sold into that much. IWM is ripping here, guys. It's now up at 204.19, a brand new high of day there on the Russell. Still continuing to squeeze higher. Quite extraordinary. Maxon Solar has had a huge bounce off of the lows. Pre-market low 99 cents. All the way up now to 210. I mean, that would have been a 100% trade in a matter of hours. Quite crazy. I mean, wow. These solar stocks are quite interesting. It's certainly going to shape up. You know, anybody have any bias going into SunPower earnings? Anybody seeing any interesting call or put flow on SunPower heading into the earnings? Again, this is one of the most shorted stocks, SunPower, SPWR, and it does have earnings today. And you've seen Maxon Solar, that got wrecked today, down 40-50% at the lows, almost 60%. So this name's going to be quite interesting in my opinion. Alright, QQQ starting to firm up, guys. Again, I'm looking to sell half at this 453.70 and move stop to break even, okay? Boyle's going lower, Nat Gas going lower, guys. I'm going to add to my Boyle trade at around 1610. 1610, I'll add my second entry on Boyle. 1610. Qs are starting to come down a little bit more. Russell seeing a little bit of sellers. Nasdaq still trying to consolidate at the lows here. Tesla got reversed. Microsoft still at the lows. Meta at the lows. Google at the lows. Apple pushing up though. So some short-term positive signs in Apple. Enphase is up nicely today. Taking a look at some of these market movers. Salesforce still down 20, ServiceNow down 10, Hormel Foods, Dollar General, Intuit, Adobe getting hit really hard on the session. Oracle, so the cloud-based names under pressure. PayPal, Enphase, HP, Best Buy, some of your high-performing names in the S&P 500. Looking at the NASDAQ components, PayPal, ISRG, Lulu, Starbucks doing well. CrowdStrike lagging, Palo Alto lagging, Microsoft lagging. Dow components, Nike, Verizon, Caterpillar, Home Depot, Salesforce. So it's a lot of mixed price action across the board. What up with WHR? Not too sure. Let's see. Whirlpool catching a little bit of a bounce. It just looks like a dead cat bounce, kind of an oversold technical bounce. You know, your daily RSI was into some pretty extreme oversold levels, and you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days of consecutive sell side pressure. So it's probably just a dead cat bounce on Whirlpool. I don't know if there was news or anything, but just based off of technicals, it looks like an oversold bounce. Pretty much that's it, in my opinion. Qs are coming right back down, guys. So NASDAQ seeing a little bit more sell side pressure, taking our entry basically back to the flat side here. Alright guys, nat gas continuing to get bludgeoned here. So our KOLD continuing to perform very, very well. Nat gas continuing to get bludgeoned here. I am seeing Canopy Growth trying to firm up a little bit, just a touch. We'll see if that causes Aurora to catch any sort of a bid. Still weak on the session. Adobe at the lows. That name just keeps getting sold into. Abercrombie and Fitch now trading at 178, down on the session 6%. Those 180 puts are printing. Come on, Aurora. Let's get your butt up there. Yeah, honestly, Anonymous, it literally just looks like a technical bounce, an oversold technical bounce. Like I said, 11 down days in a row, an exhaustive gap down. All right, we're seeing a little bit of positive flow coming into Canopy here. It's trying to push back up. So Canopy is looking like it could try to make a little bit of a move higher. Russell still at the highs. Still waiting on the Qs. Come on, Aurora. Keep pushing. Again, Aurora is short interest right now. I still think we're in an environment where high short interest names should see more squeezes across the board. But Aurora's short interest is still 34%, which makes it a pretty big mover. And again, currently year to date, it's up 31.6% Aurora. So it is technically on a year to date basis. It's a stock that's moving up. So whenever stocks that are moving up on a year to date basis and they have a high short interest, they are the more likelier ones to go through squeezes. Obviously, we saw that this morning, got sold into, but if this starts to float higher, we should see it push some more. Obviously, the Qs are weak, the S&P is weak, but the Russell's strong. So let's see if we can get a bit of a squeeze in Aurora. Obviously, it's down against us at the moment. Bitcoin softening, NVDA trying to firm up, Microsoft trading at 418 at the lows, down 2.6%. There is a gap fill in Microsoft that's sitting right around 415.69-ish, or actually 415, sorry, 80, 415.81. If Microsoft flushes into that level today, 415.81, I'll look for a long entry. Okay? That Wolf stock, WOOF, that we traded this morning, that's up 23% and just keeps grinding higher. I mean, quite extraordinary price action. You know, so we traded Chewy yesterday with great success. We traded Wolf today with great success. I mean, the only regret is not holding on to some runners right now because this name is just continuing to squeeze. Target 1 was hit. Target 2's $4 on ticker WOOF. So that was a nice little momentum trade. Canopy growth getting a little bit more of a bigger bid at the moment. It is starting to firm up. Some volumes coming into Aurora as well. So keep your eye on these names because it does look like they're trying to continue to move higher here. What else do we have moving, guys? Yeah, I mean, we could have caught an oversold bounce. I just wasn't even aware of that ticker, to be honest. Again, we can only look at so many things right in the market. Aurora is starting to firm up now, guys, so good to see. Nice move in Aurora, guys. So we're almost back to the flat side, but I think that these names have more. I could honestly see them pushing back above the high of day. So let's see if we can get a bit of a short squeeze going in Aurora, guys. It is starting to firm up here. Canopy's starting. Come on, Aurora. Take us back to the green side, which it's looking like the volume's starting to come in heavy. Heavy volume in this region. Abercrombie and Fitch, new low of day. QQQ still struggling. The Dixie's at the low of day. Exactly, you can't catch them all. Alright, Qs are trying to go lower, guys. Russell's still holding above 204. Its previous high pivot resistance on the Russell. So again, I still think at some point the NASDAQ is likely going to get a bid. Typically with falling yields, falling dollar, strong Russell 2000, you will see a bid eventually come into the NASDAQ. It's just a matter of when is that bounce coming. It's going to be a pretty extraordinary bounce in my opinion. But it's just a matter of, do we flush to 452 before? Obviously, we're starting to accumulate a QQQ long here. Down 0.8% on the Qs, 0.5 on the SPY, and up 0.94 on the Russell. Very rare to see such a big divergence between the NASDAQ and the Russell. I mean, you often do see divergences, but this is a very, very wide range. We're talking about a 1.7% divergence on the day between the Qs and the Russell. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big divergence. And it's very interesting, you know, the old phenomenon about mega caps doing better in an environment where interest rates are moving lower too. We're not really seeing that right now. Obviously, mega caps are under pressure, weaker GDP number. Potentially, the people are selling assets on the back of a lower growth in the economy. A lot of weak sectors still in the market. So again, you are seeing accumulation in this range, but still very, very weak. Octa down another 6.6%. That's putting a little bit of pressure on semis, at least the sentiment side. Neo's up a couple percent. SMFL, what the heck is that name? Smart for life. Net could be a long opportunity. Let's take a look at Net. Also a cloud-based name that has been demolished recently. Backtesting some support. But I could see Net going to 67.50. But you are hitting some support here on Net. Show you Net here. Boyle's trying to catch a bid. Qs are going lower, guys. QQQ trying to go lower. So yeah, Net's trying to break a little bit of a bearish consolidation range here, and I think it's going to go lower. The fact that you've bounced off of this breakout trend line once already, and you're actually trying to pierce it again, makes me think that we could break this area. QQQ new low of day, guys. QQQ new low of day. So next support on Net is around 67.77. I could see that flushing there. But Q's just made a new low of day there. Alright guys, I just added to my Q's, second entry there, second entry. Look at the sell side pressure, guys. Whoa. That's some pretty fierce selling, in my opinion. Nice bounce back in the NASDAQ, trying to reverse here. Again, my average is now sitting at 452.59. It's a half position. Guys, this Aurora trade is not looking good. I mean, I don't like the fact that it's had the opportunity to bounce and keeps getting sold into in the near term. Not really liking that at all. I'm going to give Aurora one more chance off of this bounce. If it doesn't really firm up with this equity market bounce, then I may have to look to cut it for a loss. Qs are just still struggling here. Again, Tesla getting wrecked, Apple still pushing, Bitcoin coming down. The Russell's still holding steady at the moment, seeing a little bit of selling over the last 20 minutes, but still trying to hold steady. Definitely very oversold on a 10-minute chart basis on the Qs, 30-minute chart basis on the Qs. Dixie's also trying to bounce here. A lot of oversold conditions on the Qs here. Quite a bit of oversold conditions. Boyle is now trying to firm up. Nat Gas seeing a bit of reversal. Big bounce in the Qs, trying to firm up here. Apple still strong on the session. NVDA got faded. That went negative. It's now down 1.4. So you have the two heavyweights, Microsoft, NVIDIA, negative, applying a lot of pressure to these equity markets in the near term. Do have the Qs trying to firm up though. Again, Boyle's trying to firm up itself. We're slightly green on our NASDAQ QQQ long. Again, same sort of thing that I'm looking for is our average is at 452.59. So I'm going to look for about 50 cents to $1 on the trade. If we hit those targets, then look to move stops to break even. NASDAQ still struggling here. Bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail on the 10-minute chart of the Qs. We did get a 10-minute bottoming tail. Typically you get a small retrace and then buyers step in. So nice 10-minute bottoming tail on the Qs that we need to be watching. What's interesting is the VIX is barely green on the session. Even with the sell side in the NASDAQ and S&P, obviously you have the Qs or the Russell strong, which is kind of helping things. But no real downside protection is being bought at this point. And there's still quite a bit of green on the screen. You know, your biggest sell side pressure is coming from your XLK, XLC sectors today. Nasty price action on Tesla. It looked like Tesla was firming up, trying to break out, and then they just absolutely wrecked all of the breakout buyers on Tesla. I mean, quite an extraordinary chart. Qs are still struggling, seeing some more sell side pressure, even though Microsoft is trying to firm up here off of the lows. Qs are still under a bit of pressure in the near term. You have a potential little inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart trying to form on the Qs here. Which we're trading long off of. So the Qs are breaking down even more, or at least trying to. SOXL is at an interesting spot here, testing its pre-market low, being defended slightly in the near term. Oil trading at 78.70. Still have yields and dollar soft on the session. 30 yields down 1, 10-year yields down 1.39. Dixie's down 0.4. Guys, if UPST gets above 2370, it triggers some long buyers. UPST above 2370 triggers some long buyers. Honestly, this Aurora trade is just looking like dead capital right now. So I'll give it a little bit more time, but just to see if this NASDAQ can help firm it up. But UPST above 2370, I get long. So watch UPST. And we're still trying to play some momentum. Looks like James Lee saying QQ going to keep dumping. We'll see. We'll see. We are seeing a reversal, a nice reversal in the QQQ here again. We are long QQQ, still holding a long boil at 1657. Aurora, we're down on slightly at that 634 level. UPST, guys, that one's looking interesting here for a bit of a potential short squeeze breakout. I'm watching UPST very, very closely. I like it above 2370, which we're currently trying to get above right now. There is a semi-bullish pattern trying to trigger on UPST. It could trigger today. Qs are getting a really big stick. All right, so our long trade is now working out on the Qs again. We are nicely in the money. Look at this ramp up, guys. Look at the ramp up in the Qs coming into play here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So now we're trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder breaking out of the neckline as we speak. Honestly, this could even be a right shoulder high pivot that we're now about to form. So if this turns into a right shoulder high pivot, then the Qs have a substantial amount of upside left in the tank here. So depending on what type of consolidation we get here, there might be an inverse head and shoulders off of this high pivot that we need to really respect if it triggers, which could push us all the way back up to 454 on the Qs. So it is looking like the Qs are trying to make a little bit of a positive reversal here in the near term, guys. I know it's still weak on the tape. Markets are still in a technical downtrend, but they are trying to firm up ever so slightly here. Russell 2000 going for a new high of day. Again, the Qs are now trying to break out again, guys. Qs are trying to break out. All right, guys, I'm going to take a long on UPST. 2370 long entry. 2373 long entry on UPST. UPST. And I just cut Aurora there. Aurora is not cooperating. So I took a small loss on Aurora down 1.6, but I'm in UPST now. Still holding my Qs, but we're looking for a bit of a squeeze. Higher here on UPST. And I'll add to my UPST one more time if we flush to about 2350. 2350. Qs are coming in a touch here. Russell still near the highs of the session. I'm not too sure if there's a problem with the exchanges right now. There could be. There could be something. But I'm honestly not too sure. Guys, KSS could be in for a potential little move off of the lows. KSS. That's down on the session, but if you want to try to bottom pick it here using your low of day as a stop loss, it does look semi-interesting at this region with a little bit of a intraday divergence forming on the 5 and 10 minute chart now, mainly the 5-minute chart. But I'm long UPST, long the Qs, cut Aurora, still holding long Boyle, and now long KSS at 1981. Long KSS at 1981. All right, let's play ball. Let's see what we can get here. UPST starting to move higher. Again, UPST could be triggering a near-term inverse head and shoulders, guys. It's observed as this pattern here. You have your left shoulder, you have your head, your little capitulation pivot head, your right shoulder, your neckline is basically all the way up here. We need to get above this area. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me 1 sec. Guys, QQQ is breaking out here, so this is beautiful. We're long and strong. UPST is moving higher. We are seeing this bullish pattern break out in the Qs. Inverse head and shoulders has triggered. It gives an upside to this 454. We're long the Qs off of this 452.59 area. Long UPST at 23.73. Long Coles at 19.83. So we are seeing some positive momentum creeping back into the market here, guys. All right, first little resistance pivot we are hitting right now on the Qs. If we can get through that, we should see a pretty big move higher. UPST is starting to squeeze, guys. UPST is starting to really move here, guys. This is where short squeeze starts to occur. As UPST starts to move up, we get paid. Come on. Come on, Qs. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. All right, guys. I'm going to trim my first lot of the Qs up here. All right, I just sold half of my Qs, 453.47. 453.47. I just sold half of my QQQ position. Beautiful little trade there. Now I'm moving my stop loss right back to this neckline low, 452.88. I have an in the money stop. So we took some profits there on the Qs. Nice little trade. Still leaving runners on the table. You know what? Just to protect this trade, I'm going to move my stop loss up to 453.04 on the Qs. 453.04 on the Qs. Stop loss still riding UPST and KSS and Boyle on the long side. KSS making a nice spike higher now, guys. So KSS is starting to see some positive flow and volume. Again, we're long at 19.83. Trying to bottom pick it. Getting a little bit of a reversal here. Still a very weak name. Down on the session ever so sharply on KSS. Your pre-market low on KSS was just tagged at 20.07. Qs are still trying to push higher here in the near term. UPST still trying to push higher. Oil's starting to come lower, guys, so that's also supportive of higher price. Dixie's at the lows. Oil's at the lows. Yields are at the lows. All of this price action on a technical basis supports a reversal, a bit of a bullish reversal today. So don't be surprised if you're all bared up to see the indices actually have a sharp, strong close. That would not shock me to see what we're seeing right now. All the headwinds and tailwind, the tailwinds right now are all in favor for higher market price action, at least for today. Recognize that it's not every day you see Microsoft down 2.5%. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here in the near term. All right, guys, I'm going to move my stop loss up on the Qs. I repeat, I'm going to move my stop loss here to 453.25. Protecting that trade. Okay, 453.25. UPST is still looking strong, trying to close above the prior day high on a 10-minute chart basis. It did so last candle. It's now actually trying to confirm the positive bullish close on a 10-minute chart basis. UPST hasn't even started to squeeze yet because it'll start going once we break out of that inverse head and shoulders. That's going to be the true deciding factor for UPST. Seeing a little bit more flow coming into some of these high short interest names. Sava continuing, AI continuing, Nova, PCT, ENVX is catching a nice bid. Obviously KSS is down sharply. That's trying to move up off of the lows. But everything right now is catching a solid bid. NASDAQ is pushing, guys. So as the NASDAQ pushes to new highs, I'm going to keep trailing my runners higher. So I just moved my stop up on the QQQ long position, now at 453.40. And I'm looking to take full profits right into this gap fill. Your EMA 113. That is a big profit target. Alright guys, I just exited KSS there at 20.04 for a lovely little gain. I'm all out of KSS. Lovely little gain. 20.04. I'm out of KSS for just over 1% gain on the trade. Beautiful little trade there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright, so we're just managing the Qs and the UPST at the moment. Let's look back at UPST. NASDAQ almost hit my stop there, guys. Almost tagged my stop loss at this 453.40. So just recognize that it almost tagged that stop loss. Alright, so the Qs did stop me out there, guys, off of that dip. So we did take profits. Still riding UPST, and honestly, Adobe's looking like an interesting long here off of 455. So as a day trade, I do think Adobe can bounce here. Extremely oversold intraday. Alright, guys, it does look like the market is going to go through. Yeah, KSS is pushing up again, but I just took my 1% profit. It's off of the lows. Again, that one's in a heavy downtrend, so they can easily keep pushing it lower. That was just a quick intraday divergence scalp trade. I like other names better. But I mean, I think KSS still goes a little bit lower in the grand scheme of things. I see around Pierce of 19 bucks as the major support low on KSS. So I'm still looking at UPST here. I like that chart setup better than KSS. Even though KSS is more oversold and you could get a really big bounce, it's just still kind of going through a bit of distribution at this range. I like Adobe, UPST here. Canopy trying to firm up again. Still looking at some of the high short interest names here. What a monster push in the Qs there, guys. Monster push in the Qs. UPST still trying to firm up. Adobe making a move higher. Again, you're starting to see a little bit of a bid coming back into the marijuana stocks. Oil's at the low of day. I'm long UPST, Bart. I'm long off of 23.73, and basically I could see this inverse head and shoulders trying to trigger today. And if it does, I mean, we could have a nice squeeze on UPST up to about 25 bucks. And honestly, I mean, there's lots of time in the session for this to actually squeeze today. So I mean, we get a breakout out of this little zone here, and we have a potential squeeze move of about a 5%, 6% move up, and it does look likely that that could happen. It does look very likely. And everybody please hit that like button, subscribe. We've produced quite a bit of wins here today on the session, a lot of alpha opportunities. So everyone should have been able to hit a winner with us here on the live day trade room. Wolf was our big win. We took profits on KSS. We're in the money on UPST. We've caught a couple NASDAQ plays on the long side. So it's been a good day for us here in the live trading room. Hopefully everyone again has been able to at least pull some profits from the market. We are seeing the Qs getting rejected at its pre-market low. So QQQ saw rejection at its pre-market low. I find that very interesting. So if we throw on the extended hour chart, pre-market low rejection on the Qs has been observed. So take a look at that. You get through pre-market low, and you could, believe it or not, the markets could try to push for the green side. And you know, in terms of where the gap down was on the Qs, you know, the Qs still about $2.90 away from going to break even. A1 analysis. What's A1? What ticker's that? You mean AI? AI? Yeah, we can look at AI. AI. Yeah, I figured it was AI. Okay, so AI here. It's just been grinding higher and higher throughout the day. You break this high pivot, and then that name should start to squeeze. But definitely in a strong uptrend at the moment on AI. Very strong uptrend. And what's beautiful about this daily chart, you're above all of your previous day highs, and you're actually trying to break out of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. You can count it as a sloppy one. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Upside target 3680. It's looking like AI's finally in for a bit of a squeeze higher, I guess, in the near term. So yeah, I mean, AI is showing some bullish signs in the near term. All right, guys, we're already up 1.6% on UPST. Sorry, I stand corrected, not 1.6. We're already up 0.66% on UPST. So here you have the Qs still trying to have a little bit of a bounce off of the lows. Pretty good bounce, might I add. Obviously, we caught a nice chunk of that bounce. Keep in mind, we're still in a pretty significant downtrend on the session, although the headwinds, tailwinds suggest that the markets could try to firm up here. Now we're potentially creating another inverse head and shoulders on the charts, guys. It hasn't triggered yet, but if we get a breakout through this little neckline, pivot to pivot, I mean, you could have a really, really stellar move to the upside. You know, you break that little trend line, and look how much upside we have. Back to pre-market high, almost taking the market's green. Well, they would take the market's green then, but that just shows you how much potential there is for this market to actually squeeze today. They could try to push this market. They could gap it down, get people bared up, breaking key supports, and then rip it right back up on people. So just be very, very cautious if you're trading on the short side today. Things are looking quite interesting from a upside perspective, in my opinion. UPST trying to break out of this key level. Let's see if we can get this squeeze to start to commence, guys. UPST is starting. A little bit of selling in the NASDAQ. Dollar still at the lows. Meta, Google still struggling at the lows. No problem there, Em. No problem. Marijuana stocks trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Canopy Growth seeing some momentum now. Aurora. Russell's up 1.15% at the moment. UPST is trying to break out here, guys. I repeat, UPST is trying to break out to the high side. Strong 10-minute candle close. triggering the inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Now we're looking to confirm the breakout. Boyle is starting to firm up. We're back up about 13 cents on Boyle. Coles has had a nice bounce off of the lows. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher in the near term. UPST still trying to squeeze here, guys. So the Qs are now putting in what appears to be bullish consolidation right underneath that pre-market low. So it does suggest that things should start to firm up here for the Qs. We're putting in some nice consolidation right below that pre-market low, as if we're going to try to bust through that low. UPST is still squeezing, guys. Nice little trade on UPST here, guys. This should have been on everyone's radar. Plenty of time. Look at the short squeeze. Volume is starting to come in, guys. We're already up a nice 1.6% on the trade. Beautiful. And this name is just getting going, in my opinion. It's just starting to break out. Still only up on the session 3.34%. So it's still looking very, very strong, in my opinion. Heavier volume coming into some of the marijuana stocks. NASDAQ being sold into just a touch here. Aurora is trying to catch a bid. AI up 18% now. KSS still squeezing off of the lows. UPST still breaking out here, guys. NASDAQ still struggling a touch. All right, big breakdown there in the Qs. Really sizable decline in the Qs. Dixie's catching a bit of a spike here. KSS still trying to move up. So right now the QQQ is down 0.65%. S&P is down 0.42%. The Russell's up 1.2%, holding near the highs of the session. More sell side pressure coming into Google. Meta's near the lows. Google just can't seem to firm up. Russell's still putting in some bullish consolidation. Qs are still consolidating here, trying to put in a bit of a flag pattern to move higher. You have Amazon trying to firm up here. Bitcoin's trying to bounce. Tesla's putting in a bit of a bear flag. Same thing with NVDA. Apple's still strong on the session, holding up 0.66%. UPST still trying to hold that breakout candle. Our markets are kind of quieting down here. Qs could be consolidating to put in a bullish pattern. They are seeing some downward pressure at the moment. Dixie's trying to catch a little bit of a bid off of the lows here. You've had the VIX go from green to red, so that does support higher prices. Oil's still near the lows of the session. You still have the Russell trading near the highs. UPST still holding steady here. I am seeing SunPower, interesting little short squeeze stock, trying to also gain a bit of momentum here. SunPower is starting to firm up here in the near term. Again, they do have earnings after the bell, so it's going to be fairly interesting to see how they're set to report. All right, so let's review some of the sectors just so we can get a sense of where the selling and buying is taking pressure. Obviously, everyone's aware the Qs are under a little bit of pressure today. So in terms of sector performance, you have the majority of sectors green. XLK and XLC are your two sectors that are lagging. They're weak on the session. So even though every other sector of the S&P, you have 9 green sectors, the market is still struggling here across the board. When you have tech and communications selling, that's typically very, very hard to get the markets to firm up when those two sectors, the heaviest weighted sectors, are under pressure, and that's what we're seeing. So technology XLK down 1.71, and that's on the back of Microsoft almost down 2.5%. The best performing sector today is regionals. KRE up 1.92. Technically, that's not an S&P 500 sector, but it is a sector that's important. In terms of the best performing sector in the S&P 500, it has to be your XLRE, real estate. Really lapping up the weakness in interest rates today. Anyone think Kosk and Dell will gap up on earnings today? It's a good question. It's a fairly good question. Here comes the Qs trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders, guys. So watch out for bullish price action. This is where the Qs, again, could start to squeeze in a big way. UPST backtesting its breakout. But we are seeing the Qs attempting another little breakout here. Watch out for bullish price action, guys. Watch out for bullish price action. Thank you for the comments, guys. Much appreciated. QQQ making a sizable push, recapturing pre-market low. That's a big level for the Qs to recapture. Pre-market low is a big, big technical level, guys. So far, some more selling coming off of that vicinity. But you can see a bullish pattern is trying to trigger on the Qs here. Another inverse head and shoulders. And believe it or not, gives us a rally all the way up to 455.90. 455.90. AI is up 17. SunPower catching a nice bid. That one's now up 2.91 and squeezing. SunPower is starting to catch a little bit of a momentum rally here, guys. SPWR trying to squeeze into earnings. It's looking pretty likely that it will. SunPower starting to squeeze too, guys. It's the heaviest shorted stock in the market, and it is starting to squeeze here a little bit into earnings. Now, how high could this one go? That's a name that can squeeze pretty big in a big way. 88% short float interest. Trying to squeeze into earnings here. It is breaking out. Trying to break out here. Guys, I am long SunPower at 319, just with a small position. Russell 2000 did make a new high of day. Boyle's starting to firm up now, guys, so we still have a position at 1657, long Boyle. Yeah, Adobe's oversold but still falling. I mean, cloud stocks are under pressure, right? From CRM. Adobe's going to catch a big bid at some point. I mean, it could go as low as now 442. You know, I'm still interested in accumulating common shares on Adobe, but it needs to go a little bit lower. I mean, my common shares average is sitting at 468.80. So I'm down a little bit, but still looking to accumulate more in the event that it goes higher. I could see SunPower hitting this 336 area today. That's where I have some really decent upside resistance. Boyle's starting to push higher, guys. So our Boyle trade, we're up about 1.32%. Guys, I'm going to look to sell Boyle at around $16.90, between $16.90 and $17. And I'm going to put a break-even stop on our Boyle trade at 16.57, okay? Break-even stop on Boyle at 16.57. Russell 2000 still trying to grind higher, so is the NASDAQ. Yeah, it's a very good channel, Paul. It's a very good channel. The Qs are still trying to break out and hold that little neckline. Guys, look at SunPower. Keep your eye on this name. This one could be in for a big squeeze ahead of earnings. Has earnings. It's the most shorted stock in the market right now. You have the Russell Strong, so keep your eye on SunPower. I mean, this one could squeeze in a big way. If shorts start to get nervous and cover, you know, we've seen SunPower hit that pre-market high all the way up to $7 off of that one monster pop that one day. It retraced at a full round trip, but does look like it could be setting up for a bit of a squeeze here into its earnings. Again, you've seen Max and Solar get wrecked, but Enphase today is strong. Still have the Russell strong on the session. UPST still holding that one. That one's just shaking out a bit of a sellers here. Qs are really big bid in the Qs, guys. The Qs are pushing higher. Big stick in the Qs. Big stick in the Qs. No worries, Paul. No worries. I appreciate it. Yeah, so big breakout in the Qs. Again, I'm still long SunPower at 319, UPST at 2373, and Boyle at 1657. Qs are getting a really big stick up. I think it's tonight. I'm not too sure what time, but I think the earnings report is tonight. Obviously, it's set to report pretty horrific earnings, but the way these short interest names have been squeezing, you know, you still have strength in Enphase for Solar today. You have weakness in Maxon Solar. That one got wrecked down to pre-market low 99 cents, trading at 216. That would have been the Grand Slam trade of the year or trade of the day if you picked up Max and Solar in the pre-market at 99 cents. It's now at 216. Double your gain in a few hours. Quite crazy. Pretty extraordinary, actually. But again, SunPower's short interest right now, as of what was it, May 15th, 88% short, 88.66% short. I mean, wow. Obviously, the company is not expecting to do anything positive in earnings, but just based off of a pure negative gamma, high short interest name alone with small cap strong today, it's a name that obviously could dump pretty strongly and go lower, but if you get any sort of a positive reaction in it, it's a name that will make shorts very nervous. Right now it is starting to come down. You've broken out above prior day high. If we can maintain prior day high really on an hourly chart basis, then it looks like it wants to press higher. It's coming in at the moment. So the Qs are still getting rejected at its pre-market high. Really, really struggling here. Sorry, pre-market low. Pre-market low. It's trying to get above it right now on the Qs. UPST still trying to push up. Let's look back to the QQQ. UPST still pushing. QQQ breaking out above its pre-market low, trying to hold this pattern. Again, the upside target off of this pattern, this reversal in the Qs, is pretty bullish. Gives us a move back to your pre-market high. So don't be surprised if we try to trend there. So we're still seeing UPST. The markets are grinding higher here. It does Honestly, it looks like the Qs and maybe not the Qs, but maybe the SPY can actually go green on the session. The SPY might be able to try to go green on the session. That would be a pretty big big thing if the SPY can turn green on the session today. That would be pretty crazy. Adobe calls, yeah, Adobe calls in this region are pretty good risk to reward ratio. You know, so 460s, 470s, longer data. Just give yourself time on the clock. Qs are getting some slight rejection, so we're at a pretty important part of the Qs right now. Even though we've triggered a bullish pattern, we're now trying to get back above a key neckline here. Look at this trend line on the Qs that we're actually hitting right now. So this is the area on the Qs that we're trying to get back above. If I actually just flip back to the regular trading session and adjust that trend line, the Qs are running into this upsloping trend line at the moment. Why we're seeing resistance there. So the Qs saw a hard rejection off of that trend line because that is that upsloping pivot to pivot to pivot trend line. So we'll see. You need the Qs to stay above this little bit of a neckline to remain more on the bullish front. So the SOXS is back testing its neckline, guys. This is where the SOXS could catch a bit of a bounce. Oil's still selling off. SunPower still trying to push up. UPST breaking out again, making another little new high there. So that's what we want to see. It's exactly what we want to see. Again, UPST is starting to squeeze. Alright guys, since we're now in the money on UPST, what I'm going to do is protect the trade and put a stop loss below the neckline. So we've broken out of this neckline, again where our average is sitting at 23.73. I'm going to put a stop loss on UPST right underneath this neckline, 23.93 stop on UPST. So the trade is now risk free. We're locking in at least 16 cents per share, but looking for more obviously. Looking for more. Chris is saying filled 10K shares of SunPower at 319. Very interesting. Keep in mind it's earnings, but we'll see what happens, right? It could drop at 25, 50% easily, but it could also gap up 50, 100% on us. Alright, Qs are coming in a little bit here. They are seeing some selling. Oil's starting to come down a little bit. The SOXS is catching a bit of a bid here. The Russell's almost to its gap fill. It has a 205.20 gap around that area, 205.22. There's a gap fill in the Russell. Looks like that's where it wants to try to target towards. Semiconductor bear ETF is catching a bit of a bid here as the Qs soften up. Amazon seeing sellers, Meta curling down, Google at the lows, Microsoft trying to curl down here. ADM is collapsing, ticker Archer Daniels. That one's collapsing in the last 10 minutes. ADM getting reversed into. UPST still holding bullish structure, but trying to shake out some sellers here. Oil's just made a new low. Oil did make a new low on the session. Qs are still dumping here, guys. Looking to back test that neckline. Good to see that UPST is still holding steady. Qs are catching a really big stick again. UPST going higher. QQQ still coming under a little bit of pressure in the near term. UPST still pressing, guys. I'm going to raise my stop on UPST, guys. 23.99. 23.99 stop on UPST. And we're going to watch CRM here. CRM's obviously been hit. It's showing signs of a bit of a basing formation here. There's an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart that could be potentially being created here. So really, if you break this little neckline, there is a long setup setting up on CRM. So if we can break this little bit of a trend line, then CRM triggers an inverse head and shoulders that gets us a move to about 224 on the charts. There goes UPST, guys. Still trying to squeeze higher here. All right, I'm adjusting stops on UPST. 2406 stop in place. Again, my target price on UPST, it could squeeze all the way up to 25.38 today. And again, we've been calling out this one for quite a long time now today, so everyone should be able to at least have taken a little bit of a position in it. So nice move up. We're already up about 1.95%. UPST is really starting to squeeze. QQQ is trying to get back above pre-market low. It's tapping that exact area again where we've been rejected 1, 2, 3, 4 times at pre-market low on the Qs. UPST, another high there, guys. Another high on UPST. It is starting to squeeze here. It is starting to squeeze. Let's look at the Qs again. Alright, guys, I'm going to adjust my stop on UPST again. 24.11 stop. 24.11 stop loss. And that is a hard stop. We're up now to over 2% on our UPST trade and squeezing, guys. We're locking in at least a 1.6% gain on UPST. QQQ is back above its pre-market low. So we are seeing some firming up in price at the moment. Qs are still at technical resistance, but trying to press a little bit higher. Oil getting sold into again, now back testing the falling wedge breakout. Apple, Tesla firming up here. Meta, Google still weak. Amazon still weak at the lows. So, I mean, you have a lot of mega caps that are still fairly weak on the session. So, if Amazon, Google, Meta can firm up at all, this market will have an end of day rip and rally. We've had a substantial move off of the lows already on the Qs, and you still have Meta down 1.5, Amazon down 1.19, Google down 1.84, Microsoft still down 2.3, Apple's still green on the session. So a positive headline there by Fed Williams saying that the job market is seeing some cooling. It typically means it's positive for inflation. We don't want the job market to be too strong or too weak. Market's looking for a Goldilocks number. You have oil trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Dixie's still selling off. Please hit that like button. Again, it was a nice amount of profits we've taken today, even with members via KOLD. That Abercrombie and Fitch. Pfizer's seeing a bit of a spike in activity. Does look like the indices are trying to press here, guys. Again, longs are favored. Look at UPST go, guys. I'm raising stops to 24.15. I'm basically trailing at every 10 cents now. 24.15, especially as we get into this squeeze mode, which it is squeezing. UPST is starting to squeeze for us, guys. So keep trailing that stop. I'm trailing at every 10 cents or so as we press higher in the name. Look at UPST go. CRM is now firming up. SunPower, still no action there, just stuck at 319. Seeing Tesla curling up, Apple still trying to firm up here. QQQ is trading above its pre-market high, trying to form a bull flag off of its pre-market high. CRM is going to try to attack that that inverse head and shoulders, guys. On the 5-minute chart of CRM is looking quite interesting here. RQ slapped down there in the near term. Wow, that ticker wolf hit my $4 target. Jeez, should have just stayed in that all day. That's up 29% on the session. Crazy, crazy, crazy price action. Really intense. Alright guys, I'm adjusting my stop on UPST 24.19. 24.19. Locking in 1.97% regardless of the outcome of what happens here. UPST may stop us out here, guys. CRM's now the next trade that's firming up. Longs on CRM are looking a little bit more enticing as we're testing this neckline potential breakout. The Qs are being rejected again at pre-market low though, guys. So that same rejection at pre-market low, if I turn on the extended hours on the Qs here, pre-market low keeps getting rejected here. CRM is breaking out here to the high side, guys. Nice little squeeze in CRM. Boyle's catching another move higher. Thanks, Sergi. Thoughts on Palantir? I'll look at Palantir in a second. I'm just about to get stopped out of UPST here for a nice little gain. CRM is starting to pick up steam here, guys. Alright guys, UPST just stopped me out there. Beautiful job on UPST. Wonderful, another trade win on the session. Beautiful little trade on the session. So mixed price action on CRM. You're seeing the technicals suggesting an inverse head and shoulders, but they're still slamming about just over $1 million in $200 puts on CRM. But obviously there's a 224 upside target based off of this breakout that could be on watch. SunPower continuing to fall here. CRM is seeing some continuation here. Boyle is also trying to make a peak back up again, guys. 1690, I'll exit my Boyle trade. 1690. I'm going to put a stop loss on Boyle at 1670. Again, we still have that Boyle trade on watch. So I just put a stop at 1670 on Boyle. Again, we have an average at 1657. 1657 we entered long on Boyle. So I've just protected a stop at 1670, but I'm looking to sell it at 1690 on Boyle, okay? Guys, MNTS is going through a bit of a squeeze. This is a high flyer name, not for the faint of heart. MNTS is seeing some volume, trying to break out of the high of day. Look at this name, trying to break out and squeeze. Qs are still below its pre-market low, so still struggling in the near term with price. This run is looking like it wants to squeeze higher. Also another high short interest name. Breaking above a previous, or attempting a breakout above a previous pivot. This one could easily squeeze to its gap up here. About 1558 on run, RUN. Qs are trying to firm up. Reattacking pre-market low yet again on the Qs. Guys, it looks like run is going to start to make a run here. As soon as it breaches this 1430 area, 1430, it's probably going to make a squeeze to about 15 bucks. They are pumping up solar stocks again. We do have Enphase Energy, one of the strong S&P 500 stocks in the market. Some positive price action coming back into Canopy Growth. That's still holding up 4.83%. WBA up about 3.49. Mega caps are still down on the session. QQQ still getting rejected while the Russell's trying to break out and push for a new high of day. NVDA breaking down at the moment, guys. So NVIDIA is seeing some sell side pressure. Alright guys, I just took a bit of a long trade on this run. 1427. I know the equity markets are under a little bit of sell side pressure, but I still think they're going to try to keep these solar stocks a little bit more elevated. So 1426 entry on run, RUN. This is just a small position. AMD is getting rejected off of a triple top. You are seeing some sell side pressure coming back into the semiconductors, guys. The Qs are getting rejected. The SOX is trying to bounce here off of its neckline. So semiconductor bear ETF seeing some flow, some positive flow into it. QQQ again rejected at pre-market low. Never a good sign where you keep getting rejected off of the same technical resistance level. Yeah, they're sitting like rocks, right? They are sitting like rocks. Again, AMD getting rejected. Russell's still holding firm. Hasn't officially hit its gap yet, but still looking to potentially do so. Boyle's making another big bid. Again, 5 cents away from taking profits on Boyle, guys. 16.90. I will secure some profits on Boyle. 16.90. Adobe, new low of day. SunPower, Run are starting to firm up here. Why 1690? That's just my profit target on the session. Just where I have a little bit of resistance in nat gas. It's right along where that RSI on the 10-minute chart starts to cross over the bullish territory. You can see natural gas is trying to break out, but you're into a high pivot reversal bar from a couple days ago, so alright, so we're going to try to play some of these solar stocks. We have Run and SunPower on deck. Let's see if we can get some squeezing price action in these names. Let's see what type of action we can get in these names. Both stocks above its prior day high, showing strength in a weak market. QQQ retesting its prior day low again. Run is starting to squeeze a little bit here. Again, that same pre-market high. Here goes Run, here goes SunPower. Again, remember, SunPower is the most shorted stock in the market, and you have small caps actually very, very strong today. And solar stocks, one of the best performing stocks in the S&P market is Enphase. So we're kind of trying to catch a little bit of this momentum in the space. Okay, we're asking, how do you know how short a stock is? Just it's always something you want to pay attention to. I just look on Market Watch. There's some other sites that give you actually up-to-date data, but if you just type in Google short interest, high short interest stocks, or whatever ticker you're looking to, there's a lot of different investment platforms. Some stocks even show on TradingView through the tickers, but there's a lot of different platforms that show you how short a stock is, how much short interest there is. Come on, SunPower. I want to see you hit 336 and then some. Again, we look at how SunPower is consolidating here. If we break out of this little downsloping trend line, it's looking quite bullish on SunPower's chart. And they do have earnings, so just be aware of that. QQQ still getting rejected at its prior day low. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Alright guys, sorry I had to take a phone call there. Just wanted to say I exited Run for a nice little gain. I also sold our Boyle, so adding another 2 wins to the books today. So we exited Boyle at that 1690 target just to pierce above that level, and it did get sold into. Still holding SunPower. I may swing these into the earnings just as a bit of a lotto play. It's just common shares at the moment. But it does look like the equity markets are seeing a sizable push higher. So if we look at the QQQ, the Qs today are above its pre-market low and grinding higher, looking like it wants to try to put in a bit of a bullish reversal to the upside. So something that we've kind of been preaching and prepping is that this inverse head and shoulders on the Qs has triggered, which is why we've been looking at some long trades today. And I'm seeing the names of Canopy Growth trying to firm up here as well. Adobe's trying to catch a bid, but still weak on the session. Again, SunPower's moved up nicely. Run was a beautiful, beautiful gain. Boyle was a beautiful gain. So it's been a fairly good session here for us in the live trading room. So again, please hit that like button, subscribe. Any new viewers in the channel, welcome aboard. Anyone interested in checking out my website, you can do so at tradingcapital.ca. Again, we're on here every day producing some opportunities for everyone. And today was another day where everyone should have at least had a winning trade here with us at TC. Alright, so Nat Gas took a bit of a sell there, getting rejected on Boyle pretty sharply. Nat Gas is still under pressure, down about a couple percent on the session. You know, the markets are still under pressure, but you have had things firm up off of the lows. WBA today has had a nice reversal off the lows. I wish I would have added one more time to WBA at the lows, but that's just how she goes sometimes. Let's see how CRM is doing. SunPower still, I think SunPower is due for a bit of a short squeeze. I still think SunPower is due for a bit of a squeeze higher in the near term. Apple putting in and going to test the prior day high. Microsoft still struggling in this region. Salesforce never ever broke out there, got rejected off of that inverse head and shoulders. You are seeing the Qs running into a bit of sell side at the moment. Communication sector still very weak on the session. Technology still very weak. Russell still very strong. AI up 17%. Wolf is up 27.8%. How did UPST fare now? Yeah, UPST still holding above that neckline. Prior day high, looking like it's forming a bit of a bull flag here to potentially push higher. Adobe still struggling in this region. So the S&P 500 is actually above its pre-market high right now. So the S&P 500 is showing some great resiliency comparison to the Qs. I'm going to step away for a minute since it's the afternoon session. Things are slowing down a little bit. I entered Boyle at 1657 this morning, and I called that out. 1657 this morning. So right on, where was it? It was in and around this range down here where we entered 1657. So we entered around this 1045 time frame. Read it up to our target of 1690. Sold it just for a quick day trade. Do I think it can push up to its prior day low? Yes, there is a chance. It's still creating some higher lows. Intraday action, so still looking fairly positive, I think, in the short term. But I'm all out of that trade. So Gabriel asking, sorry, I don't know if it's Gabriel or Gabrielle, but forgive me, Gabriel. Gabriel asking, why did SunPower went to 374 a few days ago? It just tried having an attempt at a breakout a few days ago. So it's still trying to firm up. You're seeing some solar stocks catch momentum today. Enphase, Sunrun, First Solar, SunPower obviously squeezing. And again, the thing about SunPower is it's that high short interest stock, right? It has a lot of people net short. So as it tries to form a bit of a base and move higher, it wants to squeeze and press. And I mean, it was only a few weeks ago, or even a couple weeks ago, where SunPower had that crazy gap up. You know, this is just the type of move that this name can do. It even hit a pre-market high of 752 that session. And it has been showing signs of some accumulation down here. Definitely in a bit of a short squeeze. So it's still looking likely that it wants to press higher in the near term. Gabby. Oh, thanks, Gabby. Bitcoin also getting a nice bid back above 69K. Impulse spike on Bitcoin being observed. SunPower continuing to press. Again, we're long and strong SunPower off of the 319 area. I know Chris got filled on a nice chunk as well. QQQ still trying to firm up in this region. WBA could be putting in the near-term precipice of a weekly bottoming tail. That would be impressive. QQQ still trying to push higher here. Adobe's trying to firm up new high of day for SunPower. Qs do look like they're going to make a sharp rally, guys. Yeah, MSTR at the low of day. BTC, well, MSTR is still up 2%, so kind of moving in lockstep still. Alright, it does look like SunPower is trying to squeeze a little bit more. And the amount of short interest in this name, 336 is your first resistance. Then you look to 373, 375 resistance. So, I mean, this name could still make a pretty big move higher. Anyways, guys, I'm going to wrap up the stream here. It's been a pleasure trading with you all. Just to sum things up, some final thoughts. The Russell's been strong all day, while the S&P and the NASDAQ have been selling off. It does look like the Qs, or maybe not the Qs, but it does look like the S&P can actually try to make a run to push positive on the session. So I do see some flow, some positive price action continuing late in the session. It does look like this was a gap down that is being bought and accumulated. So I think the S&P has a shot of going positive today. You're seeing high short interest names starting to squeeze across the board. Names like SolarStock, Sunrun, SunPower, names like Upstart are seeing some flow and some positivity. AI screaming. So there are some short interest names that are starting to catch a bit of a short squeeze bid. And at this point, if the markets go from red to green, that would be a pretty big bullish reversal in the near term. Look at the solar stocks going. SunPower is starting to squeeze ahead of things here. Look at this. Come on, SunPower. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. And again, you get through 336. Really, there's no resistance until you get through 373. So SunPower showing incredible resiliency at this point in time and looking to continue to push a little bit higher here. Adobe is trying to firm up off of the lows itself. So Adobe as well is one that can likely push higher in the near term. Alright guys, I am going to step away from the stream here. It's been a pleasure trading with you all. Thank you very much. Congrats if you're able to make money with us. Please hit that like, hit that subscribe, and we will see you in tomorrow's trading session. Thank you all for tuning in, and please check out tradingcapital.ca if you're interested to see how I am trading things moving forward. SunPower target price, I think 336 is a profit target. That would be about 5% from our entry. But I'm also looking to potentially hold some of these overnight. You've seen the market go through a nice sell side day. And if we get a big strong bounce continuation in the market, some of these names should continue higher. Obviously SunPower does have earnings. I don't know if it's after the bell or what time it is, but it should be taking place at some point. So it's risky, but 336 is your first target. But I still think it could squeeze past that area. It's just a minor resistance. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. I will likely hold a bit of SunPower overnight. I might reduce my position a little bit if we keep pushing up, but it does look like this is turning into a bit of a trend day to the upside. Oil, nat gas weak, dollar yields weak, Russell strong. All the technical drivers are in place for the equity markets to continue pressing. The QQQ has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. The upside target is about 456. 456 on the Qs is your upside target today. And again, that's just slightly below your gap fill. So if we get to 456, you can bet market participants are going to try to push this for its gap fill, which would take it positive on the session. Okay, guys. Thank you all again, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Take care, everybody. No, it's definitely looking like a long on the Qs. I wouldn't short it right now. The shorts were earlier on. It's turning into a bit of a trend to the upside. A lot of oversold mega caps still could bounce here. No problem, guys. Great session on Wolf, Sunrun, SunPower, Boyle. I mean, profits all around. Profits all around today. Congrats, guys. Take care. We'll see you on the charts a bit later.